I am just a chronicler, and today I will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like you to tell me which city you are from and what time you are watching this. I will respond to those who comment. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. Story 1. I never should have rented that house in the mountains. The listing made it sound perfect. Modern glass house, complete privacy, ideal for focused work. I needed somewhere quiet to finish my design project, away from the city chaos. The deadline was in 2 weeks. I had to get it done. The house stood alone on the mountainside, surrounded by snow-covered pines. Floor-to-ceiling windows wrapped around every room. Clean lines. Minimal furniture. Perfect sight lines to the valley below. The real estate agent handed me the keys and left quickly. She seemed eager to get back down the mountain before dark. I set up my workstation in the main room. My laptop, drawing tablet, and reference materials spread across the glass desk. The winter sun set early, around 4 p.m. I worked until my eyes burned, then heated up a microwave dinner. The darkness outside turned the windows into mirrors. I saw only my reflection and the interior lights. The first night passed quietly. I woke up early, made coffee, and walked around the house to stretch my legs. That's when I noticed them. Footprints in the snow, circling the house. I assumed they were mine from the day before, though I didn't remember walking the full perimeter. The prints looked about my size. I went back inside and worked for 12 hours straight. The second night, something felt different. The silence seemed heavier. Every small sound echoed. The hum of the heating system, the creak of the house settling, the wind against the glass. I kept glimpsing movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned to look, I saw only my own reflection in the dark windows. At 2 a.m., I got up to use the bathroom. The moonlight cast long shadows through the trees. As I walked back to bed, I saw new footprints in the fresh snow. They circled the entire house. Multiple sets, some overlapping, none of them mine. My heart rate spiked. I checked all the doors, locked, windows sealed, security system armed. I pulled up the renter listing on my phone and called the agent. No answer. I left a message asking about security and previous tenants. Then I took photos of the footprints with my phone, in case I needed evidence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, watching the windows. The glass reflected everything inside perfectly, too perfectly, like a one-way mirror. Someone could be standing right outside, watching me, and I wouldn't know. Morning came. The agent called back. "Oh, those tracks, probably just deer or mountain lions. They're common up there, nothing to worry about. Mountain lions don't wear boots." I tried to work, but kept checking the windows. The footprints had multiplied overnight. They crisscrossed the yard now, leading to and from the tree line. Some prints stopped abruptly at the windows, as if someone had stood there watching. Others formed complete circles around the house, getting closer with each loop. I called the local police. They said they'd send someone to check, but it would take a few hours, given the remote location. I paced the house, checking doors and windows again. The security system showed all entry points secure. As the sun set, my phone died. The charger was in my car. I put on my coat and boots, grabbed my keys. The front door stuck slightly. Ice had formed in the frame. I yanked it open. Fresh footprints led from the trees straight to where I stood. The snow was still settling in them. Whoever made them had just been here. I slammed the door, locked it, and backed away. My reflection watched me from every window. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. The house felt like a fishbowl, exposed on all sides. No walls to put my back against, only glass between me and whatever was out there. The security system beeped. Front door sensor triggered, but I could see the door was still closed. Another beep, back door sensor. Then the side door, all still closed and locked. The system showed multiple entry points breached, but nothing was visibly wrong. Something tapped the living room window, a sharp, deliberate sound. Then another window, and another, moving around the house. Tap, 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 getting closer. I crouched in the center of the room, knife ready, turning to track the sound. My phone was dead. No way to call for help. The tapping continued its circuit around the house. Regular, methodical, like someone knocking to find a weak point. The security system went crazy. Every sensor triggering at once. The high-pitched alarm filled the house. In the chaos, I saw movement outside every window. Dark figures. Multiple sets of hands pressed against the glass. The reflections made it impossible to see them clearly. I ran for the front door. Had to get to my car. The door wouldn't budge. The ice had sealed it completely. I slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing. The tapping grew louder, became pounding. The glass vibrated with each impact. The security system shut off suddenly. Complete silence. Then a cracking sound. Small at first, like ice breaking. It spread across the windows, spiderweb patterns appearing in the glass. The pressure was building from the outside. I sprinted to the garage. The interior door opened. My car sat there, covered in frost. I yanked the driver's door open and dove inside. The engine started on the first try. I slammed the garage door opener. Nothing happened. I tried again and again. The door mechanism whirred but didn't move. Through the windshield, I saw dark shapes moving in front of the garage door. More hands pressed against the small garage windows. The cracking sounds reached the garage. The window glass bulged inward, warping like plastic. The pressure kept building. Small shards fell onto the car hood. I revved the engine and thrown it into drive. If the door wouldn't open, I'd make my own exit. The engine roared. The car shot forward. The garage door exploded outward as I hit it. Snow sprayed everywhere. The car fishtailed down the driveway. In the rearview mirror, I saw the house's windows give way. Glass rained down like a crystal waterfall. Dark figures poured through the openings, but I couldn't make out any details in the chaos. I didn't stop driving until I reached the city. My hands shook so badly I could barely grip the wheel. When I finally pulled over, I noticed something on the passenger seat. A business card from the real estate agency. Written on the back in jagged letters. "Thanks for letting us in." Later, I learned the truth. The house had been built by a tech billionaire as an experiment in advanced glass engineering. Something about developing adaptive smart glass that could interact with its environment. The project was abandoned after several researchers disappeared during testing. The house should have been demolished. Instead, it ended up on the rental market. The police report mentioned similar incidents. Other renters described the same pattern. Footprints, tapping, pressure building in the glass. None of them made it past the third night. The house has been condemned now. But sometimes, driving through the mountains at night, I catch glimpses of lights up there, reflections where no house should be. And in my rear-view mirror, dark shapes following my car. The design project never finished it. Some deadlines aren't worth meeting. Some spaces aren't meant to be occupied. And some walls, even transparent ones, hide things better left unseen. The glass house still stands empty on the mountainside, waiting. Every window replaced, pristine and perfect, ready for the next tenant who needs a quiet place to work. Just don't stay after dark. Don't trust the reflections. And whatever you do, don't assume you're alone just because you can't see anyone else. After all, when you're surrounded by mirrors, you never know which reflection is really yours. Story 2. The weight was the first thing I noticed. My car felt heavier than usual, dragging slightly to the right. I'd been driving for Uber for 6 months and knew every quirk of my Honda Civic. Something was different tonight. The storm hit around 10 p.m. Rain hammered the windshield. Lightning flashed across the sky. I'd just dropped off my last passenger and was ready to head home. Then another ride request came in. The surge pricing was too good to pass up. The pickup location was on the outskirts of town. I followed my GPS down empty streets, wipers struggling to keep up with the downpour. The address led to an old apartment complex. No one waited outside. I checked the app again. The passenger's name was listed only as Jay. I waited 5 minutes, then called the number linked to the account. The line was dead. I should have cancelled right then. But the surge rate kept ticking up. Just a few more minutes, I told myself. At exactly 10:30 p.m., my phone buzzed. A message from Jay. Coming down now, the timestamp showed 10:27 p.m. That was impossible. I'd just watched the notification appear. A gust of wind rocked the car. The rear door opened and closed quickly. I turned around. The back seat was empty, but the car sagged lower, suspension groaning under invisible weight. My hands gripped the steering wheel. The app showed the ride had started. A destination appeared. Some road I'd never heard of, 40 minutes away. The surge rate had doubled. "Hello," I called out. "Number?" Response, just rain drumming on the roof and thunder in the distance. The rearview mirror showed nothing but dark leather seats. I reached back to feel the cushions. The material was cold and wet, like someone had just sat down in soaking clothes. I put the car in drive. The GPS directed me to turn right, away from the city center. With each mile, the streets grew darker and emptier. The storm intensified. Lightning revealed glimpses of abandoned buildings and overgrown lots. The weight in the back seat shifted. The lever squeaked. In the mirror, I saw fingerprints appearing on the foggy rear window. Long, thin fingers dragging through the condensation. My chest tightened. Sweat ran down my neck, despite the cold. The GPS recalculated without my input. The new route added another 30 minutes, leading deeper into rural darkness. I tried to override it. The screen froze, then glitched. The map twisted, roads reorganizing themselves into impossible patterns. "Look, I need to end this." "Ride," I said firmly. The app wouldn't respond. The surge rate kept climbing. $50, $75, $100 per mile. Numbers that made no sense. Something touched the back of my seat. A light pressure, like someone leaning forward. Cold air brushed my ear. I jerked away, swerving slightly. The car's weight shifted again. Whatever sat behind me was moving. I flicked on the interior lights. The back seat remained empty. But in the mirror, those fingerprints continued appearing. Now they spelled words. KEEP. Driving. My hands shook as I gripped the wheel tighter. The GPS turned me onto a narrow road lined with dead trees. The asphalt was cracked, weeds growing through. No other cars in sight. No houses, just darkness and sheets of rain. The pressure on my seat increased, like someone pressing their knees into the back. I felt breath on my neck, cold and damp. The car radio turned on by itself, scanning through stations. Static, static, static. Then a voice through the white noise. Almost there. I yanked the steering wheel, trying to turn around. The car fought me. The gas pedal pressed down on its own. We accelerated into the storm. 50 miles per hour, 60, 70, trees whipped past in the darkness. Something fell onto the passenger seat. A piece of paper, an old receipt, yellowed and water-stained. I grabbed it at the next lightning flash. Words were written in faded ink. Don't look back. I looked back. The rear window was covered in fingerprints now. They overlapped, forming a dense maze of smudges. In the center, they cleared to reveal a face pressed against the glass. Pale skin, black holes for eyes, wide, stretched smile. I screamed and slammed the brakes. The car spun, tires lost grip on the wet road. We slid sideways, then backwards. The weight in the back seat shifted violently. Cold hands grabbed my shoulders. The car hit something and stopped hard. My head snapped forward, then back. The interior lights flickered. When they stabilized, I saw it in the mirror. A figure sitting directly behind me, soaking wet. Skin like wet paper. That same stretched smile. I fumbled with my seatbelt and door handle. The locks clicked down by themselves. The figure leaned closer. Water dripped from its hair onto my shoulder. Its mouth opened, too wide, jaw unhinging like a snake. The GPS chimed. Arrival at destination. I looked at the screen. The map showed nothing but empty space. No roads, no buildings. Just a blank void with a pulsing red dot in the center. The figure's hands tightened on my shoulders. Its face appeared next to mine in the mirror. Those black eye sockets fixed on my reflection. The mouth opened wider. Last stop, it whispered. I rammed my elbow backward. It passed through empty air. The pressure vanished. The locks clicked open. I threw myself out of the car into the rain. I ran without direction, splashing through puddles. Lightning showed glimpses of my surroundings. An abandoned lot full of rusted cars. Their windows were all covered in fingerprints. Dark figures sat in each driver's seat, heads bowed. Behind me, my car's engine revved. Headlights swept across the lot. The Honda accelerated toward me, no one visible behind the wheel. I dove between two dead cars as it roared past. The vehicle circled the lot, engine screaming. I crawled under an old truck, heart pounding. Rain soaked through my clothes. The Honda's tires crunched on gravel, getting closer. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A new message from Jay. You run, the ride isn't over. The headlights stopped moving. Footsteps approached through puddles, slow, deliberate. Water dripped onto the ground next to me. A pale hand reached under the truck. I rolled out the other side and ran again. The lot seemed endless. More rusted cars appeared in the darkness. More bowed figures behind wheels. More fingerprints on glass. My Honda's engine roared closer. The headlights caught me in their glare. I tripped and fell hard. The car accelerated. I covered my head. The engine cut out. Silence except for rain and thunder. I looked up slowly. The car sat 10 feet away, driver's door open. The interior lights showed an empty back seat. On the rear window, fresh fingerprints spelled out, "See you next ride." I walked 5 miles back to the highway. A police car finally picked me up near dawn. The officer asked what I was doing out there. I tried to explain, showed him the receipt with the warning. He shined his flashlight on the paper. It was blank. I quit driving that night, deleted the app, sold the Honda, but sometimes, when it rains, I check the surge rates out of habit. They spike highest on that empty road around 10:30 p.m. The app always shows one car working that area, a Honda Civic circling endlessly. The passenger rating is perfect. 5 stars. The profile picture is a fingerprint on foggy glass. The name is still just Jay. New drivers keep accepting those rides, chasing the surge rates deeper into darkness. I recognize their cars. In the lot sometimes, when I drive past, windows covered in prints, dark figures behind wheels, waiting for the next passenger who needs a ride home. But they never get home. The GPS makes sure of that. After all, some destinations aren't meant to be reached. Some rides don't end, and some passengers never leave. I still get ride requests sometimes on my new phone. Always at 10:30 p.m. Always from Jay. The surge rates are astronomical now, but I never accept. I learned my lesson about driving in storms, about trusting empty back seats, about looking back when the fingerprints appear. Some fares aren't worth the price. Story 3. The blizzard came out of nowhere. 1 minute I was driving through light snow, the next my headlights could barely cut through the white wall ahead. The temperature gauge on my dashboard dropped rapidly. Ice formed on the windshield faster than the defrost could melt it. I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. The gas gauge hovered near empty. The GPS had lost signal 20 minutes ago. According to the last road sign I'd passed, the next town was still 30 miles ahead. The neon sign appeared through the snow like a beacon. Valley Ridge, Motor Lodge vacancy. The light flickered, but it was on. I pulled into the empty parking lot, tires crunching through fresh snow. The building was a typical roadside motel. 2 stories, exterior corridors, maybe 20 rooms total. A few lights glowed in the windows. The office door was unlocked. A bell chimed as I entered. The front desk was empty. A radio played soft static somewhere in the back room. The air smelled musty, like old carpet and cigarette smoke. "Hello," I called out. No answer, just the hiss of static and the howl of wind outside. I rang the bell on the counter. The sound echoed through the empty office. A coffee cup sat on the desk, still warm. The guest register lay open, but the pages were blank. The backroom door creaked. I leaned over the counter to look. Empty, the static-filled radio sat on a shelf, unplugged. My phone showed no signal. The storm raged outside, snow already covering my cars. Tracks. I rang the bell again. A key card appeared on the counter. Room 217. I hadn't seen anyone place it there. The coffee cup was gone now. I grabbed the key and hurried back to my car for my overnight bag. The snow had gotten deeper in just those few minutes. The wind cut through my jacket like ice. Room 217 was on the 2nd floor, at the far end of the building. The exterior lights cast weak yellow circles in the snow. My footprints were the only marks on the covered walkway. The key card. Worked on the first try. The door swung open with a low creak. The room was basic. Queen bed, desk, TV, bathroom. The heater hummed, but barely worked. My breath fogged in the cold air. I set my bag down and checked my phone again. Still no signal. The TV only showed static on every channel. I tried calling the front desk, but the phone line was dead. Heavy footsteps creaked across the ceiling. I looked up. This was the top floor. There shouldn't be anything above me. The footsteps moved slowly. Deliberately, they crossed the length of the room, then started back. Each step made the ceiling light fixture sway slightly. I opened my door to look outside. The walkway was empty. Snow continued to fall. No footprints except mine. The steps continued overhead. Back in the room, I found a letter on the desk. The paper was yellowed, edges worn. The handwriting was shaky but legible. Do not open the door after midnight, no matter who knocks. No matter what they say, do not let them in. I checked my watch. 11:47 p.m. The footsteps stopped. A door slammed somewhere down the hall. Then another, closer. Then another, moving toward my room. My heart pounded. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cold. I double-checked the door lock and security chain. 11:53 p.m. More footsteps, now in the hall outside. Heavy boots on metal walkway. They passed my door, then turned around. Back and forth, back and forth. 11:58 p.m. The TV switched on by itself. Static filled the screen. Through the white noise, I heard voices, whispers, too faint to make out words. The footsteps stopped outside my door. The handle rattled. Someone, something, breathed heavily on the other side. Midnight, knocking, soft at first, then harder. The door shuddered in its frame. Hello, a woman's voice, young and frightened. Please, I'm so cold. Let me in. I stayed silent. Sweat ran down my back. I saw your car in the lot, the voice continued. I know you're in there. Please help me. The temperature in the room dropped. Frost formed on the windows. The voice changed, grew older, raspier. Open the door, now. The knocking became pounding. The whole wall shook. Other voices joined in, calling out from the hall. Men, women, children. All begging to be let in. All growing angrier. The TV static got louder. The voices from the screen matched the ones in the hall. The ceiling light flickered. Under the door, shadows moved back and forth. Open it, the door buckled inward. The chain stretched. Wood splintered around the hinges. I backed into the bathroom and locked that door too. The voices grew to a roar. The main door slammed repeatedly. The chain wouldn't hold much longer. Then silence, complete and sudden. Even the TV went quiet. I waited 5 minutes. 10. No sound, except my own breathing and heartbeat. Slowly, I opened the bathroom door. The room was empty. The main door was intact, chains still in place. The TV was off. Outside, the snow continued to fall. I checked my watch. 12:01 a.m. The letter on the desk had changed. New words in the same shaky handwriting. They'll be back tomorrow. They always come back. You should leave before dark. I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair facing the door, watching the hours tick by. The footsteps returned occasionally. On the ceiling, in the halls. Voices whispered from the TV static, but no one knocked again. At dawn, I packed my bag and headed for the office to check out. The snow had stopped. The parking lot was empty except for my car. The office door was locked. Through the window, I saw the counter was covered in dust. The guest register was rotted and yellow. The back room door hung off its hinges. I tried to drive away. The road was gone. A solid wall of snow and ice blocked both directions. My GPS showed only empty space where the hotel should be. I went back to my room. The letter waited on the desk, new words appearing as I watched. The roads always close in winter. The hotel always finds new guests. Someone has to stay. Someone has to answer when they knock. It's been 3 days. The snow hasn't melted. My car won't start. The footsteps continue day and night now. The voices in the TV get clearer. I can almost understand what they're saying. Tonight is my last night in room 217. I know this because I found the guest register again. Every page lists the same pattern. 3 nights in 217, then nothing. Empty pages waiting for the next guest. The sun is setting. Soon the knocking will start. The letter on the desk has one final message. Your turn to work the front desk. Your turn to leave the key. Your turn to wait for the next traveler who needs shelter from the storm. I can hear footsteps on the ceiling. The TV just turned on. Static fills the room, and somewhere down the hall, a door is opening. Welcome to the Valley Ridge Motor Lodge. We always have vacancy. Check-in is at midnight. Just don't open the door when they knock. They aren't guests anymore. Story 4. I found something in my camera that shouldn't be there. I've reviewed the photos 100 times now. Each shot shows the same blur in the background. A dark figure, always maintaining the same distance from me. But I was alone on that trail. I know I was alone. The morning started normally. I drove to Blackwood National Park at sunrise, camera gear packed in my backpack. The recent snowfall had transformed the landscape. Perfect conditions for photography. The parking lot was empty. Too early for the usual hikers and tourists. The visitor center was closed for the season. A sign warned about winter trail conditions and recommended staying on marked paths. I'd been here dozens of times. I knew the main trails well enough, but I wanted something different. Something unique. The less traveled paths would have untouched snow, pristine compositions. I checked my trail map and found a narrow side path that branched off the main loop. Deer Creek Trail, unmaintained in winter. The snow crunched under my boots as I started hiking. The silence was absolute. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my own breathing and footsteps. The temperature reading on my phone showed 20 degrees Fahrenheit. I took my first photo about half a mile in a frozen waterfall, ice crystals catching the morning light. Through the viewfinder, everything looked perfect. I checked the image preview. That's when I noticed it. A dark smudge in the background, partially hidden behind a tree. I assumed it was a shadow or branch. The next shot was of a snow-covered fallen log. The same blur appeared, this time between 2 distant trees, still faint, still easy to dismiss. But it seemed closer than in the first photo. I kept walking. The trail narrowed, winding through dense pine forest. The snow got deeper. No other tracks visible, except mine. I stopped every few hundred yards to take photos. Ice-covered branches, animal tracks, patterns in the snow. In every shot, the blur was there, growing more distinct, always maintaining the same relative distance, always watching. I didn't notice it while taking the photos. Only in the previews did I see it. A tall, dark figure. Too tall to be a person. Too still to be an animal. Just standing there, partially obscured in every single frame. Halfway up the trail, I found fresh tracks in the snow. They weren't there when I passed this spot before. Large prints, deeper than mine. They paralleled my path, always keeping to the tree line. My hands shook as I photographed the tracks. In the preview, the figure stood at the end of the trail behind me. Close enough now to see its basic shape. Long limbs, no clear features, like a shadow given form. I picked up my pace. The trail steepened. The snow fell heavier. Wind picked up, erasing tracks almost as quickly as they formed. But those other prints kept appearing, getting closer to my path with each set. I stopped to catch my breath and check my location. The trail map was soaked, falling apart in my hands. My phone showed no signal. The temperature had dropped another 10 degrees. Something cracked in the forest, a branch breaking under weight. I spun around, camera ready. Nothing but snow and trees. I took a photo anyway. The preview showed the figure standing directly behind where I had just been. Arms too long, fingers like bare branches, head tilted at an impossible angle. My chest tightened. Sweat froze on my neck. I started walking faster, then running. The snow was too deep. Each step was a struggle. My camera bounced against my chest with each movement. More branches cracked behind me. Closer now. The sound of something large moving through the trees. Following my pace exactly, I raised the camera without turning round and took another photo. The preview showed it right behind me, close enough to touch. Its head was turned to face the camera directly. It had no face, just smooth, dark emptiness where features should be. I ran. The trail disappeared. Under the fresh snow, trees blurred past. Branches whipped my face. The thing crashed through the forest behind me, matching my speed precisely. Not trying to catch me, just maintaining that exact distance. My lungs burned in the frozen air. My legs went numb. I had to stop, had to rest, had to look. I turned around. Nothing there, no tracks except mine. No sound except my ragged breathing. I took one more photo. The figure stood inches behind me. Its arms reached around either side of my body. That smooth black face peered over my shoulder, tidled down toward the camera. The camera shutter clicked. I dropped the camera and ran until I couldn't feel my legs. Ran until the trees thinned and the parking lot appeared ahead. Ran until I reached my car and slammed the door locked behind me. The camera was still hanging around my neck. I hadn't dropped it after all. My hands trembled as I checked the last photo. The figure was gone, but new words were scratched into the snow behind where I had stood. Thank you for the photos. I started the car and drove straight home. Uploaded the memory card to my computer, opened each image in sequence. The figure was clearer on the larger screen. Each photo showed it getting closer. Its movements were subtle, an arm reaching, the head turning, those long fingers extending. In the final shot, its hands nearly touched my shoulders. The smooth face was turned toward the camera, and now, on the bigger screen, I could see it, a single crack. In that dark surface, right where a mouth should be, a crack that widened into a smile. I deleted the photos, wiped the memory card, threw the camera away. But this morning, I found new images in my phone's gallery, photos I didn't take, of my house, my car, my bedroom window. In each one, the figure stands in the background. Same distance, same pose, same cracked smile. And in the most recent photo, taken while I slept, it's inside my room. Standing over my bed, arms reaching down, fingers almost touching my face. I haven't slept since seeing those photos. I can't stop checking my phone's gallery. New pictures appear every few hours. The figure gets closer each time. The latest photo just appeared. It shows me sitting here right now, writing this story. The figure stands right behind my chair. I don't want to turn around, but I have to. I have to know. I have to see what happens when it finally closes that distance. When those long fingers finally make contact. When that cracked smile finally opens. My phone just made the camera sound. One last photo uploaded. I'm going to turn around now. Click. This message was found on a phone recovered from Blackwood National Park. The phone contained a single photo, a close-up of a smooth, dark surface, cracked open like a smile. The owner of the phone remains missing. The Deer Creek Trail has been closed indefinitely. Park rangers report occasionally finding cameras abandoned along the path. All contain the same sequence of photos, all show the same figure. Watching, waiting, following. Always maintaining that exact distance. Until the final shot. Story 5. The expiration dates were the first red flag. Every single item on the shelves had expired years ago. The milk jugs had dates from 2019. The bread was marked 2018. Even the canned goods had passed their best buy dates half a decade ago. I hadn't planned to stop here. The snowstorm forced me off the highway, and this 24-hour convenience store was the only light in miles of darkness. The sign above the door flickered weakly. Open 24/7, never closed. The glass doors slid open. Automatically, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A bell chimed as I entered, but it sounded wrong. Too slow, like a recording played at half speed. The clerk stood behind the counter. An older man, in a faded blue vest. He stared at the wall clock without blinking. The clock read 11:47 p.m. As I watched, the minute hand twitched backward slightly, then forward, never quite reaching 11:48. "Hello," I called out. The clerk didn't respond, didn't move, just kept staring at that clock. My footsteps echoed on the linoleum floor. The aisles were perfectly arranged. Every item faced forward, labels aligned with military precision. No dust, no dirt. But everything was old, ancient. The magazine rack held issues from years ago. Celebrities who had died, events long past. The newspapers showed headlines about disasters I remembered from childhood. My phone showed no signal. The temperature outside had dropped to single digits. Wind howled against the windows, rattling the glass. The bell chimed. Again, another customer entered. A woman in a red coat. She walked to the drink coolers, movements stiff and mechanical. Opened a door, closed it, moved to the next cooler. Repeat. More customers arrived. A man in a business suit. A teenager in a Letterman jacket. An elderly woman with a purple shawl. All moving in the same robotic way. Opening doors, checking shelves, never taking anything, never speaking. I grabbed a candy bar, expired 2017, and approached the counter. The clerk still hadn't moved. The clock still read 11:47. "Excuse me." I waved my hand in front of his face. His eyes remained fixed on the clock. The other customers continued their patterns. The woman in red had checked every drink cooler and started over. The businessman paced the chip aisle. The teenagers stood in front of the frozen foods, opening and closing the door. More people entered. The bell chimed slower each time. A construction worker, a nurse, a police officer, all moving in identical patterns, all ignoring me completely. I checked my watch, 11:52 p.m., but the wall clock hadn't changed. The fluorescent lights flickered. The buzzing grew louder. Static crackled from the store's speaker system. The clerk's head turned, slowly, mechanically, until he faced me directly. His eyes were empty. His smile was too wide. "Not time yet," he said. His voice sounded like radio interference. "Time for what?" I asked. He pointed at the clock. Still 11:47. The other customers stopped moving. All turned to face me, all wearing the same empty expression, the same stretched smile. "Not time," they said in unison. Their voices overlapped into waves of static. I backed away from the counter. My heart pounded. Sweat ran down my spine despite the cold. The doors wouldn't open. The glass was solid ice now. Outside, the snow fell sideways. The wind screamed. More customers arrived. They pushed through the frozen doors like they were made of paper. Dozens now, hundreds. The store stretched, to accommodate them. The aisles multiplied. The ceiling rose higher. All of them moving in patterns. All checking shelves and coolers. All smiling those wrong smiles. My watch said 11:59. The wall clock said 11:47. The clerk spoke. Again. Almost time. The lights went out, one by one. Darkness crept in from the edges of the store. In the dark, the customers' smiles glowed. Their eyes reflected light that wasn't there. My watch struck midnight. The wall clock moved. 11:48. The clerk's smile widened. Impossibly, his jaw unhinged. Static poured from his mouth. "Now it's time," he said. The customers stopped their patterns. All turned to me. All smiled. All spoke. "Welcome to the night shift." The lights came back on. The store had changed. Everything was new again. Fresh products. Current magazines. The clock read 12:01 a.m. The customers were gone. Just me and the clerk. He held out a blue vest, the same one he wore. "Your turn," he said. "Time to watch the clock." I tried to run. The doors were solid wall now. No windows, no exit. The vest appeared on my body. I stood behind the counter. The clerk was gone. The bell chimed. A woman in a red coat entered. She walked to the drink coolers, opened a door, closed it, moved to the next one. I checked the clock. 11:47 p.m. I've been here for days now, or years. Time doesn't work right anymore. The customers come and go. They follow their patterns. They never buy anything. They never leave. Sometimes new people stumble in from storms. Real people, lost travelers seeking shelter. I try to warn them. Try to make them leave before midnight. But I can only watch the clock. Can only wait for time to move again. Can only say the words when they ask. Not time yet. The store must stay open. Must never close. Must always have someone to watch the clock. To welcome new customers. To maintain the patterns. So if you're driving late at night and you see a convenience store sign flickering in the storm, check the expiration dates. Check the magazines. Check the clock. If it reads 11:47, don't stay. Don't talk to the clerk. Don't accept the vest. Above all, don't wait to see what happens when time finally moves forward. Because in this store, midnight lasts forever, and we're always accepting applications for the night shift. Story 6. I know that melody. I've known it my whole life, but I can't remember where I learned it. The wind carries it through the trees, a simple tune that makes my throat tighten with recognition. But I shouldn't follow it. I know I shouldn't follow it. The snow crunched under my boots as I hiked the marked trail. Standard winter afternoon in the mountains. Temperature around 20 degrees. Light snow falling. Wind around 10 miles per hour. I'd done this route dozens of times. 3 miles out, 3 miles back. Easy terrain. The first notes drifted past around mile 2. A whistle in the wind, barely audible. 5 notes, rising and falling. Something from childhood maybe. A lullaby, a folk song. I started humming along without thinking. The melody grew clearer. The wind shifted, carrying the sound from the east, away from the trail. My feet stopped. My head turned toward the music. The dense forest stretched into white nothing. I checked my GPS. Signal strong. Plenty of daylight left. Emergency beacon in my pack. I was prepared for off-trail hiking. The tune pulled at something in my memory. Just a quick detour to find the source. The snow got deeper away from the trail. The trees grew closer together. The wind changed direction again, now blowing from the north. The melody followed, stronger now. 8 notes, then 12. A complete song I knew by heart, but couldn't name. My humming matched the wind perfectly. The harmony made my chest vibrate, made my vision blur at the edges. The GPS signal flickered and died. Branches snagged my jacket. Snow filled my boots. But the song kept pulling me forward. Had to find where it was coming from. Had to remember where I knew it from. The forest looked wrong. The trees were too tall, too straight. Their shadows fell in impossible directions. The wind blew from all directions now, the melody surrounding me in layers. My watch showed I'd been walking for an hour. The trail was long gone. My footprints filled with snow almost instantly. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. The song grew louder, more complex. Harmonies wove through the main melody. Other voices joined the wind. High, clear notes that made my teeth ache. Deep thrumming that shook the ground. I tried to turn back. My legs wouldn't move. The humming built in my throat, forced its way out. My voice joined the wind's song. I couldn't stop it. The snow swirled upward, dancing in patterns that matched the music. The trees swayed in time, their branches conducting an invisible orchestra. Everything moved to the rhythm I couldn't stop humming. My phone buzzed in my pocket. The screen showed dozens of missed calls. Messages asking where I was. How long had I been out here? The timestamps made no sense. Hours had passed, but the light hadn't changed. I forced my legs to move, turned around, tried to retrace my steps. The song followed, grew stronger. The harmonies split into distinct voices now. Children laughing, women singing, men chanting, all weaving through the wind. The snow danced faster, formed shapes in the air, faces, hands, reaching figures. They dissolved and reformed with each change in the melody. My humming rose to match their movements. My chest tightened. Sweat froze on my skin. I couldn't feel my feet anymore, but I couldn't stop walking, couldn't stop humming. The song had me. A clearing opened ahead. Perfect circle, snow untouched, trees arranged in an exact ring. The wind spiraled upward at the center, carrying snow and ice in a white tornado. The music reached a crescendo. I recognized the pattern now. The song wasn't random. It was my name, stretched and twisted into melody, over and over, calling me forward. My feet moved without my control, step by step toward the center. The snow figures danced around me, more solid now. I could see their features, their smiles, their empty eye sockets. They had my face, all of them, every age I'd ever been, every age I would be, dancing to the song I'd always known. My phone rang. The screen showed my own number, calling. I answered. My voice came through, singing the melody. But it wasn't my voice now. It was my voice from childhood. From the first time I heard this song, the memory hit like a physical blow. Age 5, lost in these same woods, following this same tune, finding this same clearing, dancing with these same figures. They had let me go that time, given me back to my searching parents. But they had left their song inside me, waiting, growing, calling me back. I tried to run, my legs locked. The humming tore from my throat. The snow figures pressed closer. Their hands were solid ice now. Their smiles cracked their faces like breaking glass. The wind picked up speed. The song reached impossible volumes. The snow tornado touched the clouds now, a pillar of white connecting earth and sky. At its center, a darkness opened. A mouth singing my song back to me. My feet left the ground. The figures caught me, passed me up the spiral, higher, higher. The melody consumed everything. I couldn't hear my own screams over the song. A hand grabbed my ankle. Solid, warm, human. I looked down. A search and rescue worker held me, anchored me. Others appeared through the trees, ropes and lights ready. The song cut off. The snow fell normally again. The figures dissolved. The clearing was just a clearing. They found me half frozen, severely hypothermic, said I'd been missing for 2 days, said I was lucky. Most people who wander off trail in winter weather don't survive. They didn't hear the song, didn't see the figures, didn't understand why I couldn't stop humming that melody, even in the hospital. I moved away from the mountains after that, went somewhere flat and warm. Somewhere the wind can't carry tunes, but I still hear it, in my dreams, in quiet moments, in the space between thoughts. My song, their song, the one they've been singing since I was 5, the one they'll sing until I come back. Sometimes I catch myself humming. It feel my feet trying to turn north. Feel the pull of that clearing. The figures are waiting. The spiral is spinning. The mouth is still open. They're patient. They've waited this long. They'll wait until I'm ready, until I need to hear the song again. So if you're hiking in winter and the wind carries a tune you almost remember, don't hum along. Don't try to recall where you know it from. Don't follow it into the trees, because the song isn't meant to lead you home. It's meant to lead you back, back to the clearing, back to the dance, back to the mouth that's been singing your name since before you were born. They're still singing my song, still calling my name, still waiting in their perfect circle of trees. And somewhere deep inside, in a place I can't reach, my 5-year-old voice is singing back. Story 7. The engine was still running when we found the driver's seat empty. The keys hung in the ignition. His coffee was still warm in the cup holder, but he was gone. No footprints in the snow around the bus. No sign of where he went. Just darkness, falling snow, and the headlights cutting through nothing. We were 2 hours into a 4-hour night route when the bus stopped. 7 passengers total. Me, a young couple in the front, an elderly woman with her grandson, and 2 businessmen. Standard overnight service from Portland to Seattle. The storm hit around midnight. Snow fell in thick sheets. The wipers barely kept up. Through the windows, we could only see white darkness and occasional reflective markers along the highway. The bus slowed, then stopped completely. The engine idled. No other cars visible in either direction. Just empty road stretching into blackness. Brief delay, folks, the driver announced. Road conditions will get moving again shortly. 10 minutes. Passed, the snow got heavier. Wind rocked the bus. The heater hummed. No one spoke. 20 minutes. Still no movement. One of the businessmen checked his phone. No signal, he muttered. 30 minutes. The elderly woman walked to the front. "Excuse me, driver, how much longer?" No response. I got up to look. The driver's seat was empty. No sign of him in the stairwell or outside the door. His jacket still hung on the hook. His logbook lay open on the dash, pen mid-sentence. Maybe he went to check the road, the young man suggested. His girlfriend gripped his arm tighter. The businessman with the phone tried the door, locked. He pressed the emergency release. Nothing happened. "This isn't protocol," the other businessman said. He'd worked for the bus company before. "Drivers don't leave without announcing. Don't leave personal items. Don't leave the engine running." The old woman's grandson pressed his face to a window. "Look." Lights, flashlights, moved in the darkness. Multiple beams sweeping the snow. Getting closer to the bus. "Help coming?" the girlfriend asked. Her voice shook slightly. The lights surrounded us, dozen or more. They shone directly into the windows, bright enough to make us squint. But we couldn't see who held them. The engine note changed. The bus shuddered. The heater died. All the interior lights went out. In the darkness, we heard footsteps, heavy boots crunching through snow, circling the bus, getting closer. "Phone's dead," the businessman announced. "Anyone else have signal?" Nothing. All phones showed no service, no GPS. Some wouldn't even turn on. The footsteps stopped. Something scraped against the side of the bus, like fingers dragging along metal. The old woman clutched her grandson. "We should call for help." "No one to hear us," the ex-employee said. "Middle of nowhere, middle of the night, storm like this. We're on our own." The scraping continued. Moved toward the front. The door rattled in its frame. "The driver," the girlfriend whispered. "Did anyone actually see him leave?" The door release hissed. Hydraulics engaged. The lights outside brightened. Metal groaned. The door began to open. "Close it," someone yelled. The businessman lunged for the controls. Nothing responded. The door kept opening. Snow blew in. The temperature dropped instantly. The flashlight beams converged on the opening. Heavy footsteps on the stairs. Snow fell onto the rubber floor mats, but no one entered. The light swept the interior. We saw each other's faces in brief flashes, pale, terrified. The beams lingered on empty seats. One by one, the interior lights flickered back on. The heater hummed, but something was wrong. Empty seats. There were more of them now. The bus seemed longer. The aisle stretched further than possible. "We need to leave," the ex-employee said. Now, the young couple ran for the door. It slammed shut inches from their faces. The locks engaged with heavy clicks. More footsteps outside. More lights. The scraping sound resumed. Dozens of hands dragging along metal. The grandson pointed to a window. Look, through the glass, between snowflakes, we saw them. Dark figures holding the lights. Tall, too tall. Their proportions were wrong. Arms too long. Heads the wrong shape. They pressed against the windows. The glass frosted over instantly. Their fingers left trails in the ice. Long, skeletal marks. The engine revved. The bus lurched forward. No one in the driver's seat. We accelerated into the storm. The figures kept pace, easily, running alongside. Their movements were wrong. Too fluid, too fast. The speedometer climbed. 50, 60, 70. Snow whipped past in the headlights. The road ahead was invisible. The elderly woman screamed. Her grandson had vanished. Just gone between one breath and the next. His seat was covered in frost. The young man held his girlfriend tighter. It's okay, it's okay. She disappeared from his arms. Ice crystals hung in the air where she had been. One by one, the empty seats filled with frost. The businessman with the phone, the old woman, the ex-employee, each gone in an instant, leaving only cold air and ice. Just me and the young man left. He reached for my hand. Don't let he vanished mid-sentence. I was alone on a bus that never ended, driven by no one, chased by things that shouldn't exist. The lights pressed closer, the windows cracked from the cold. Ice spread across every surface. I ran for the back of the bus. The aisle kept going, more empty seats, more frost, more darkness. The engine sound faded. The bus slowed, stopped. The door opened. Flashlight beams found me. Cold air rushed in. Heavy footsteps on the stairs. I saw them clearly now. The missing passengers. Changed. Wrong. Their bodies stretched and bent. Their faces smooth and blank. Each holding a light. Each smiling with too many teeth. The driver stood in front, still in his uniform. But he was 10 feet tall now. His arms touched the floor. His head brushed the ceiling. Final stop, he said. His voice was wind through ice. They took me out into the snow, into the darkness beyond the headlights. The bus vanished. The road vanished. There was only white nothing in every direction. They gave me a light, changed my shape, taught me to smile that wrong smile. Now we wait on this empty road, wait for the next bus to stop, the next driver to vanish, the next passengers to join us. The snow never stops falling, the darkness never ends. But we have our lights, we have our smiles, we have forever to walk this road. So if you're on a night bus and it stops in a snowstorm, watch the driver carefully. Count the empty seats. Check the frost on the windows. And if you see lights in the darkness, getting closer, remember, this isn't your stop. This isn't your road anymore. This is where the lost ones walk, where the changed ones smile, where the night has no end, and the snow never melts. Welcome to the final stop. Please exit through the front. We've been waiting for you. Story 8. I checked my watch again. We should have reached Portland 2 hours ago. The same dead trees flashed past the window. The same snow-covered hills rolled by. We hadn't passed a single town or station. Just endless track stretching through endless night. I hadn't wanted to take the late train, but my flight was cancelled due to the storm, and I had to get home. The station was nearly empty when I bought my ticket. One board attendant behind bulletproof glass. No other passengers in sight. The train arrived exactly at midnight. Old model, silver exterior dulled by years of use. Windows fogged over. The doors opened with a hiss of hydraulics. Empty platform, empty cars. Just me and my rolling suitcase echoing through silent corridors. I chose a seat in the middle car, away from the doors. The upholstery was worn but clean. No trash, no signs of recent use. The train moved without announcement. No conductor check. No ticket collection. Just a sudden lurch and we were moving into darkness. Snow fell heavier outside. The window glass was cold to touch. My phone showed no signal, but that was normal for this route through the mountains. First hour passed normally. I dozed off watching the snowflakes in our headlights. When I woke, someone else had boarded. A man in a black suit sat 3 rows ahead, still as a statue, staring straight forward. I hadn't heard the train stop, hadn't heard him enter. "Excuse me," I called out. "Did we pass Portland?" He didn't move. Didn't respond, just kept staring ahead. I checked my watch again. 2 a.m., we should have arrived an hour ago. The landscape outside hadn't changed. Same trees, same hills, same snow. I walked to the front of the car. The man didn't acknowledge me as I passed. His suit looked old-fashioned. His skin was pale as paper. The door to the next car was locked. So was the one behind. The emergency exit wouldn't budge. My car had become an island, sealed at both ends. I tried calling the conductor's booth. The intercom crackled with static. More seats were empty now. I was sure some had been occupied earlier. The car seemed longer too. The aisle stretched further than possible. The man in the suit smiled. I saw his reflection in the window. His teeth were too white, too sharp. "When's the next stop?" I asked him directly. His smile widened. His teeth kept extending. His jaw stretched beyond normal limits. I retreated to my seat. My hands shook as I checked my phone again. Still no signal. The screen showed 3 a.m., but my watch said 2. The window clock read midnight. The lights flickered. In the darkness between flashes, the man moved. Each time they came back on, he was in a different seat, never turning around, never stopping his smile. Other passengers appeared, an old woman in a faded dress, a child in clothes from another century, a businessman with a newspaper dated 1985, all facing forward, all smiling too wide. My seat felt wrong. The upholstery had changed, older now, worn to threads. The window beside me showed only blackness. The snow had stopped. The train's rhythm changed. The wheels clicked faster. The car swayed harder. The lights strobed with each acceleration. "Next stop," the man in the suit said. His voice was radio static. Next stop, but there was no next stop. The train hadn't slowed since midnight. The doors hadn't opened. No stations appeared in the darkness. I ran to the emergency brake. The handle crumbled in my grip. Decades of rust fell away in red dust. More passengers filled the seats. Dozens, now hundreds. The car stretched to hold them all. Everyone smiling. Everyone facing forward. Everyone waiting. "Please," I said. "I need to get off." They spoke in unison. No one gets off. Their voices overlapped into white noise. Their smiles grew impossibly wide. Their faces began to blur. The train went faster. The wheels screamed against the rails. The car's metal groaned. Through the windows, reality streaked past in smears of black and white. My watch stopped at midnight. My phone died. The car's clock spun backward. The other passengers stood, their bodies elongated. Their suits and dresses fell away like snakeskins. Their smiles split their faces in half. "Welcome to the night train," they said. "Always running, never stopping, never arriving." The man in the suit reached for me. His arm stretched across impossible distance. His fingers were train tracks, cold and metal. I ran. The aisle kept going. More seats, more passengers, more smiles. The car had no end. The wheel's rhythm became words. Never stops, never stops, never stops. My legs gave out. The floor was engine warm under my hands. The passengers surrounded me, towering, smiling, reaching. "Your ticket," they said. "One way. No return, no escape." They pulled me up, changed my clothes to ancient fabric, turned my face forward, taught me to smile. Now I ride with them, through endless night, past dead trees and empty stations. The train grows longer, more passengers join us, more smiles face forward. Sometimes new people board, real people, lost travelers seeking shelter from storms. I want to warn them, want to tell them to jump before the doors seal, before the smiles start, before the train claims them. But I can only smile, can only face forward, can only watch through the window as reality blurs past. The train must run, must never stop, must always carry its passengers through the dark. So if you're stuck in a storm and a silver train arrives at midnight, check the passengers' smiles, check the conductor's face, check the dates on their tickets. If the train feels wrong, if the car seems to stretch, if the smiles grow too wide, don't board, don't take your seat, don't face forward. Above all, don't smile back, because this train has no destination, no arrival time, no final stop, just endless track, endless night, endless passengers smiling their endless smiles. And we're always accepting new riders. Your ticket is waiting. Please face forward and smile. Story 9. The lanterns appeared on our first night in the cabin, small lights moving through the trees. My wife Sarah thought they were hikers, but hikers don't move in perfect geometric patterns. Hikers don't spell words in the snow. We'd rented the cabin for a weekend getaway. Just the two of us, no phones, no internet. The listing promised complete privacy. Nearest neighbor 3 miles away. Perfect for a romantic winter escape. The drive up took longer than expected. Snow started falling. Around noon, by the time we reached the cabin, visibility was down to 20 feet. The rental agent had left the key under the mat, along with a note about the generator and water pump. The cabin was larger than the photos showed. 2 stories, massive stone fireplace, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the valley. Everything smelled of pine and wood smoke. We unpacked quickly. Sarah started the fire while I checked the generator. The wind picked up outside, howling through the trees. The temperature dropped to single digits. Dinner was simple. Pasta and wine by firelight. We sat on the couch afterward, watching the snow fall. The windows reflected our own images back at us, dark mirrors against the night. The first light appeared around 9 p.m., a small yellow glow between the trees, maybe 200 yards out. Then another, and another. Probably other hikers, Sarah said, getting caught in the storm. 5 more lights joined the first 3. They moved in straight lines, forming a perfect triangle in the darkness. "Those aren't hikers," I said. The lights rearranged themselves, now a square, now a pentagon, each movement precise and coordinated. Sarah pressed closer to me on the couch. Should we signal them? They might need help. The lights froze. All turned toward the cabin simultaneously. Then they started moving again, faster now. The patterns became more complex, circles within circles, spiraling shapes, and finally, letters, written in lights across the snow. "Leave." My hands shook as I grabbed my phone. No signal. Sarah tried the landline dead. The lights kept moving. More patterns, more words. Now the wind changed direction, now blowing straight at the cabin. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. Frost formed on the inside of the windows. We packed quickly, grabbed only the essentials. The lights continued their dance outside, spelling new messages every few minutes. Last chance, the car wouldn't start. The engine turned over, but wouldn't catch. Through the windshield, I watched new lights appear. Dozens, now hundreds. They filled the forest like fireflies. We went back inside, locked every door and window, drew all the curtains. The lights leaked through anyway, casting moving shadows on the walls. Sarah found a battery-powered radio in the kitchen, only static on every channel except for one. Through the white noise, we heard voices, whispers in languages we didn't understand. The messages in the snow became more urgent, too late. The generator failed around midnight. The fire died despite fresh logs. Our breath fogged in the freezing air. "Should we try walking out?" Sarah asked. Her voice shook. Through the windows, we saw the lights had formed a perfect circle around the cabin. No gaps, no escape route. The front door rattled. All the doors rattled. Every window vibrated in its frame. Then silence. Morning came. The lights were gone. The snow had stopped. Sarah opened the front door. The path was gone. Trees blocked every direction. Massive pines that hadn't been there the night before. Their branches wove together like a wall. We were trapped. The lights returned each night. More elaborate patterns. More complex messages. The voices on the radio grew clearer. We started to understand words. Join us. Dance with us. Become light. Sarah stopped sleeping. Spent hours staring out the windows. Her skin grew pale. Her eyes reflected the dancing lights. One night, I woke to find her side of the bed empty. Through the window, I saw her standing in the snow. The lights circled her. She raised her arms. I ran outside. The cold hit like a physical blow. Sarah turned to face me. She glowed now. Light leaked from her eyes, her mouth, her fingertips. "They're so beautiful," she said. Her voice echoed strangely. "They've been here so long, so lonely, they just want to dance." I reached for her. My hand passed through her arm like smoke. She smiled. Her teeth shone like stars. "Join us," she said. The lights engulfed her. When they retreated, she was gone. Just another light in their endless dance. I barricaded myself inside, covered all the windows, but the lights got in, through cracks, through keyholes, through the very walls. They whispered to me, showed me patterns that hurt my eyes, taught me dances that bent space. I understood then. The cabin was never meant for guests. It was a trap, a lure. The lights needed new dancers, and we had volunteered. This is my last night of being solid, of being human. The lights are inside me now. I can feel them burning through my veins. Tomorrow I'll join their dance, become geometry and motion, write messages in the snow for the next visitors. The cabin's already listed again. Perfect romantic getaway, complete privacy, no neighbors for miles. Just lights in the forest, just dancers in the snow, just patterns that never end. So, if you're planning a mountain vacation and you find a cabin that seems too perfect, check the windows at night, watch for lights moving with purpose. If you see them, don't watch their patterns. Don't read their messages. Don't try to understand their dance. Just run. Run before they teach you their geometries, before they show you their true shapes, before they invite you to join their eternal performance. Because once you start dancing, you never stop. Once you become light, you never go dark. Once you join their patterns, you dance forever. I can see the lights gathering now. My skin is beginning to glow. Sarah dances among them, beckoning. It's time for my finale. Time to become light. Time to dance. Join us. The show is about to begin. Story 10. The footsteps start at exactly midnight. Every night clockwork, they circle my house 3 times, always counterclockwise. The snow shows no prints. The security cameras record no one, but I hear them. Boots on frozen ground, getting closer each time. I live alone in a small house on the edge of town. It's been my home for 15 years. Normal neighborhood, quiet street. Nothing unusual ever happened here until the footsteps started. The first night, I thought it was just someone walking their dog. The steps were steady, measured. A regular patrol around my property line. I looked out the window but saw only empty yard, fresh snow untouched. The second night, same thing. Midnight, exactly. 3 circuits, no prints. I checked the security cameras. Nothing but snow falling through empty air. By the 5th night, I knew something was wrong. The steps sounded heavier, closer to the house. The cameras started malfunctioning, static and interference exactly at midnight. Called the police. They came, took notes, found nothing. Suggested it might be ice settling, house noises, normal winter sounds. But houses don't walk in perfect circles. Ice doesn't keep military time. I installed more cameras, motion sensors, floodlights. Nothing detected the footsteps, but they kept coming. Every night, 3 circles, always closer. The temperature dropped to 0. The snow piled deeper. Still no prints appeared, but the steps got louder. Heavy boots on packed snow. The rhythm never changed. I started staying awake until midnight. Sat by the window with a baseball bat. The yard stayed empty, but the footsteps came, right on schedule. One night I went outside to confront whatever was making the sound. The cold hit like a wall. My breath froze in clouds. The security lights cast my shadow long across the snow. The footsteps started, closer than ever. I could hear the snow crunch under invisible weight, could feel the vibrations through my boots. They circled me. Instead of the house, around and around, drawing tighter with each loop. The air grew colder. My fingers went numb on the bat. Something breathed behind me, heavy, wet. But when I turned, nothing was there. Just my own tracks in the snow. I ran inside, locked every door. The steps followed, up the porch, across the deck, testing each entrance. The cameras went crazy that night. Every screen showed static, but in the white noise, I saw shapes. A face, maybe, too long, too sharp, smiling with too many teeth. The next day, I bought more locks, barred the windows. The hardware store clerk asked why I needed so much security. Just being careful, I said. Bad neighborhood. She looked at me strange. But you live in the safest part of town. Nothing ever happens out there. That night, the footsteps changed pattern. They started inside the house, up and down the halls, in and out of rooms. The floor creaked under unseen weight. The temperature dropped wherever the steps went. I hid in my bedroom. The steps circled my bed 3 times, stopped at the foot. Something cold touched my ankle through the blanket. I switched on the light. Empty room, but frost covered everything. Walls, ceiling, furniture, all except a path of clear floor where something had walked. The next day, I found old newspapers at the library. 15 years ago, before I bought the house, a family disappeared here. Mother, father, 2 kids. No signs of struggle, no bodies found. Just empty rooms and frost. On all the walls, the police reports mentioned footsteps. The neighbors heard them every night, always at midnight, always 3 circles. After the family vanished, the house stood empty for years. No one would buy it. No one except me. Now I know why the price was so low. Why the realtor seemed nervous. Why none of my neighbors ever visit. They hear the footsteps too. Every night at midnight. Getting closer to their houses now. Moving out from mine in expanding circles. Last night, something changed. The steps started at 11:59. 4 circles instead of 3. When they reached my bedroom, I heard voices. Children laughing. A woman humming. A man's heavy breathing. The frost patterns on my walls showed their faces. The missing family, frozen in ice. Smiling, beckoning. Join us, they whispered. Their voices came from everywhere and nowhere. We've been so lonely. 15 years is such a long time to walk alone. The footsteps are starting earlier tonight. 11:58. The frost is spreading faster. The cameras show only static, but in the white noise, I see them clearly now. They've been here all along, walking their endless circles, waiting for me to notice, waiting for me to understand. This house doesn't belong to me. It belongs to them, to their footsteps, to their frost, to their lonely midnight walks. Soon I'll walk with them, leave no prints in the snow, cast no image on cameras, just footsteps and frost and 3 perfect circles. Maybe in 15 more years, someone else will buy this house. Someone else will hear us walking. Someone else will join our midnight parade. The steps are in the hall now, getting closer. The frost covers my hands as I write this. The air grows colder with each circuit. 11:59. They're outside my door. All of them, the whole family. Their footsteps perfectly in sync. Midnight, the door is opening. Their faces are so clear in the frost. Their smiles so wide. Their hands so cold. Time for my first walk. Time to learn their circles. Time to become footsteps and frost and midnight music. Listen for us on cold nights. We walk in perfect circles. Leave no prints. Cast no shadows. Just frost patterns and static on cameras. And the sound of boots on frozen ground. Join us. We're always looking for new walkers. Always counting circles. Always keeping perfect time. The footsteps start at midnight. Every night. Forever. Step, step, step.